Good morning, everyone. Hello. We're going to be off cam just for a little bit, but happy to do voice. Voice. I kind of wish I had a VR chat starting file. Maybe I need an environment starting file and a avatar starting file. Uh, Hello, Kabar. Welcome. I guess this is already that the layout is. If I go over here, maybe I could do it up here. Base. What? Let's check that reference image. Interesting. Yeah, because I was going to save this here, but no, I wanted to double check the name. But let's definitely save that first. Eclipse, sunlight eclipse. There we go. Then we go here. Paste that. Save. Okay. Hope your morning is going well, Kabar, and everyone else out there. So I made an environment base. Tempted to do. Okay. It's not really a need for that thing. Getting overly complicated. Too much geometry nodes too early in the morning. Gets me. Gets me in a different mindset. Oops. Okay. Let's think about this. I could start from Kibo's base mesh. Probably be easiest. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, this all looks very doable. Digigrade, or much stronger digigrade though. Boom, boom. So that's one main thing to watch out for is you need to ensure we're making these bend properly. It really isn't too much effort to make them, to rig them, honestly. I know enough now where that doesn't feel as difficult to approach. Okay, base body. I don't think we'll need anything else to start with. So let's make a collection. I guess we'll actually import that collection. So we'll do file, append. Mm, 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 mm. Got a ton of stuff. Good. This is all the extraneous objects. Should I put this one into reference? Delete all this. That should be clean now. Okay, good. I think the only thing I want to undo is deleting this one. So I'm guessing this is the origin. Yep. So that will retain my mirrors. It's up here. All right. Next, we would want the rig. Looks like we did miss one object. And they're here. Just, they lost their position. That's okay. I'm going to redo those anyway. Goodness. Anything else? I think so. I'm going to get rid of almost all of this. In fact, yeah, we are just going to get rid of everything but the eye. Maybe the teeth. I have to reposition all of these. Oh, the beans would be good to keep. Yeah, that one would be. Okay, that's good. Save. Go ahead and delete some of those. We don't need the piercings. Okay. Good. Let's keep the teeth off, eyes off for now. We got this data mod here that I can get rid of. Okay. So first let's get the rig in. Save again. Need a better setup here. My arms hurt. Moving my monitor around right now. It's really the corner of my desk now that I think about it. All right, holding scene collection. Let's save again. File, append, GRP rig somewhere. I think I'll probably redo the rig. Rig. There we go. That's quest repair there. Hide that collection, hide all the other collections. Get rid of this stuff. I don't know why it imports all of that. It's here. Okay. Good. Turn the reference back on. Make sure we're scaling these other objects too. Scale the rig as well. Let's make sure we cannot select our reference objects. 0.6, scale that in. There. Okay, I'm going to leave the let's make sure it's in rest position for now. Get rid of this for now. All right. I think I'm going to I don't know if this would even work anymore. No, because I have a few triangulated spots. Not very helpful. You know what? I'm always going to have to fix this one. So I'm going to add it to a mask, ankle. I'm going to triangulate mod. Oh, you can't. All right, we won't do that. I can do that with geometry nodes. This is triangulated. Any others? That should be it. Okay. So now can we unmulti-res? I guess we could do it more directly with a actual decimate modifier. Get rid of these other things for now. Unsubdivide. Ugh. Okay. All right, let's just sculpt it then. Sometimes Blender is not as easy to use as I'd like it to be. Goodness, sorry. Got a low angle for this back ankle. Okay. Let's do just the leg or the torso for now. Select the hand. Hide that. Interesting. The long back, or very tall back. The extra limbs. Or sorry, extra breast. Move this down. Something like that. Head's quite small. Perfect. We actually have this nice point of reference. Can I crop this? That would be nice. Can I mesh it. I swear there were some better options to do that. Oh. Get that thought later. I don't really care right now. Lazy. It's kind of fun to line it up this way with the 2D. Shouldn't go too ham with the smoothing. Need to make sure I'm not destroying anything. Cool. Overall, pretty good. Let's do a front view. Bring out the hips and thighs. Even bring them here a little bit. I'll have to fix that later. But it'd be nice to have a bump there. Then we got a little hip. Pull it out this way. Okay, let's not worry too much about topology right now. Let's get into that. That's a little too much right now. Let's make let's look a little bit closer at the feet. They are pretty flat, like a scoop shape. This is a single shape here, not this bend I have here. It just actually goes straight back into that, so it's really a little bit more like this. Is that too low? Boom. Let's do black slide. Need a hotkey or quick favorite my brushes. The other brush. There we go. A little small, the head. The hair will give it a lot of volume though, so keep that in mind. There, play with the cats. It's actually a very inconvenient opening there. There we go. Let's reset the vectors. Actually, we'll just do this area. Probably add more geometry there and on the tummy as well. Obviously, we'll need the breasts, horns, toes will need to be redone. Pretty much the entire hand and feet. Hands and feet always seem to need to be redone. That's like the most common on Anthro characters. It'd be nice to have a little library of feet or hands or toes or whatever. I guess technically I do. Just need to use it. Bam. Okay, those will be redone. All right, let's do a very quick block out of other elements. Maybe about, I think going a little bit longer is always the safer bet. Dixie, hi. What are you doing, huh? What program are you using to make this? Is this animation software? Hello, Exotic Butter Turtle. Welcome to the stream. YouTube's a little delayed, so pardon my response time here. But this is Blender. This is a free software. I use it all the time. It's probably one of my favorite softwares. I don't use it all the time. I pretty much use it daily. But yeah, it's a great program. You can do animations in here. That's totally possible. You can also do modeling for 3D models, painting, texturing, geometry nodes. If you're interested in geometry nodes, you should check out my daily playlist on YouTube. I'm gonna move this over here, and we'll actually make a new collection called iRef, or say head. Bam. Drop this in here. These. Got like a very slight amount of bend. Curve to them, so this one and this one mirror. Or maybe it's getting smaller as it goes to the right. Actually, it's a hand. So this is a, yeah, okay. So this is actually, they have some variation in size. There's a thumb here. Okay, like an otter. Okay. Hand's just got one large pad, and that is 4 fingers. That one's a little hidden there. Round ears. Okay, obviously breasts, tummy. Got these fur strands. Fur on the neck, fur. Don't have headphones to speak to people on VR chat. So I decided that I'm not downloading VR chat. It's not safe for people or me. I can get a virus from the game. I'm not here to convince you to do what you don't want to do. But you can definitely check out the video. Let's actually bend in the middle a little bit here. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Goodness. Okay. Tummy. Okay. So for the tummy, we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. Or I could double that. I think we will double that. And we'll select. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 4, 4 up here and here. That might be a little bit too big. I could do an 8 by 8. Yeah, that seems more reasonable. So here, or sorry, 6, 4, 6. As long as it's an even number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Bada boom. Okay, so there's a start of the tummy, and we'll run 3 cuts there. Let's go into sculpt mode, and we'll just smooth that out real quick. Yeah, let's actually be a little aggressive with the smoothing, because I don't think we're going to want to model a very sharp crease in here. If we do want kind of some overhang or some creasing where it comes down, we're going to do that. We'll have to do that later because I just don't want to have such a harsh shadow when I bake things. Make sure mirror's on. And bring this out a little. So definitely pear-shaped. Maybe a little less curve on the hips. At least this section. Like that. Torso in a little bit. I have not done the arms at all. Actually just separate them at this point. Pop those off. Boom. Oh wait, I'm using, I would use this one. This one. And relax pinch, relax slide. I feel like that should be having a bigger effect. That's okay. I want to extrude this portion as well. Get a more developed hip shape rather than just kind of this. It's a little polygonal here, so why don't we just do it now? So this will be 4 by 4. Bam. And we'll just, sorry, we'll do that. Boom. Dent it. Shrink it. Like so. How many cuts? Let's just do 1 for now. Then we can smooth that out. Let's undo this. Head is definitely too small currently. And I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll be right back. Actually, I'm gonna make another coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, my coffee maker's a lot slower than I thought, so I'm gonna come back for a second. This is gonna be fun. I'm excited. It's gonna be cool to make all these little patterns. Like the nose. It's a little vague on exactly where the horns are here. Because they kind of come over here, but then they're behind the hair there. I'm guessing like just to the left of the ear, maybe just a little bit in front and inwards towards the ear. That's the only question mark I have. Maybe a little bit with the tail too. Is it one big shape? Or do we have a lot of strands? I think we'll imagine that it's flat. And we'll do this kind of shape. Because I like how Kibo's tail came out. We did it very similar to that. Right, grab my coffee now. Yeah. Got my coffee. Turn off the eyes. The groin and the hips, whole legs are much lower than what I have. The whole character kind of like a chest piece kind of vibe where the knee comes out pretty far. It's pretty low. I think I got the height of the knees pretty close, but the groin is much further down. So let's do that. Bada boom. Do our 2D brush. That should make pretty quick work of this. I think I'm going to move the legs outwards a little bit. Get some better spacing on them. That reminds me like a beaver or an otter, something like that. So I think we'll need space. Turn off the symmetry. There we go. Yeah, it's better. Where is my coffee? Excuse me. Bring the back itself kind of downward. Give that upper torso some space. And like that. A little less curvaceous. Smooth that. All right. I think the smooth is too strong. Whatever. We're not even getting to the high poly yet, so still got some time. Mm. Not what I want. First breast, second breast. There, let's do one more. Just one more set, I think. Cool. Get my coffee. Second, everyone responding. All right, I'm back. This might be weird to say, but I think I'm gonna start modeling breasts like perfectly, like perfect spheres, and then use bones to move them, and then shape keys to actually finally sculpt the final shape. Because that would make it a lot easier to bake the normals, at least for certain things, especially if it's like a very small position change. For now, I'm not gonna worry about that. All right, so I didn't fully clear up this section, so do this one more time with the right brush. Move the groin forward. Cool. I feel like the legs need more resolution. I may bevel them. I think I definitely will. Nice part about bevels is you can contain them. And a modifier. Definitely gets rid of some of the polygons. I feel like I should be including more though. Eh, not very pleased with that. Okay. Back to work. There's got to be other ways to do that. Okay. Continuing to look at our foot, the ankle looks like it's pretty squarely like under the back of the hip. So I think we need to bring this forward more. Just evening this out here. Let's do a lot more of that later. There's not much of a heel. Like looking at this is actually pretty smooth. It's not quite so bumpy. See? There's kind of like a little scoop shape I feel like it kind of goes a little bit rounded like this way. Not quite so even as the previous avatar, because Kibo is pretty much like a symmetrical character. But we've got kind of uneven footing and additionally uneven patterns, and that's not a problem, just no problem in any way about that, just noticing. Let's make this even flatter. It's really that this should feel quite smooth as a transition. I just kind of recreated what I had before. A little bit closer. The feet are quite big relative to the thigh, so we're pretty comfortable. Give it some additional shape. I like this sharp bend here. Not sharp, but angular. Comes into a nice little point. It has like a little bit of a bump like that. See it kind of straight here, but nice little curve here. Okay. Not without some faults. But overall, nice. Let's actually use the inflate tool. Shrink that up, shrink this one in a little, smooth it. Not trying to remesh this. Turns out, yeah. And there is that thumb. I have to remember that. Okay. There's not much like curve to the hip. Look at this. It's flat, and then there's rounding further up. So this would be kind of, or I guess this side. Let's do that 2D again. A little bit more like Okay. This should merge. It's the scale mod. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little different. So I do want to continue that curve. We're actually gonna extrude this. 1, 2, extrude this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put a little cut on there. Now we should get a little bit extra form. Did it? Stick the leg. Hide that. We'll do our 2D brush again. Something like that. A little too much. I want to do the rest of that. We're baking. Excuse me, Pixie. All right. We'll do 6 by 6. 4, 4, 6. Yeah. Do first is just indent and extrude. Three cuts. Now let's get this selected again. We're going to select the boundary loop, put our cursor here, 0.6. Shift Alt S to make a sphere. And let's hit the relax option a bunch. And maybe space. And relax. And let's kind of align it with the topology. This here, I'm just going to shrink down, maybe rotate a little bit. Okay. And let's dissolve these. I'm actually going to do something a little strange. But indent it again. And then I can use this as kind of the base of the breast. Let's take the whole thing. put our cursor here again, Shift Alt S. Here. Not great. Why don't we just use our sculpting tools? That's where we could do better with that spherize. Let's continue this down a little bit. Wow. Duplicate this. Shrink it down just a little bit. And then let's find the same amount. So that's 4, 6 right there. 4, 6. And we'll merge them actually. Interesting. Okay, let's bring back the arm really quick. Turn that off. So the arms are pretty long. I'm gonna try to match this as close as we can. Grab another snack. Be right back. Sometimes they just jump straight into that closet and start messing around. Would like a little bit more space in here. Okay. Let's turn down the wireframe a little bit. All right, let's recombine. All right, too many here. That's better because then we're not growing this little circle much. Ew. Looks pretty good. And just evening out some topology. Okay, we'll have to come back and work on the hands later. Let's get some of the other elements locked in. So the tail, it's going to be by itself. But I do want the horns part of the body. We'll start with circle of 8. Shrink that down. Rotate it. Extrude it. Got it. Fill this. We'll make a curve. We'll add a deformer. Make the curve. Stretch, bounce clamp. Then we want the deformer to make sure it's going on the y-axis. That should be pretty good. Add a subdivision to this as well for the curve. How much is that? Yeah. Okay, that's not bad. Add a mirror. Interesting. I thought I had the origin object. Oh well. Guess I didn't. Then we'll do empty mirror origin. Oh, I should have named it with an underscore. Okay. Interesting. Let's go back to the object. I'm going to dissolve these, take this one, add a bevel. Add the modifier. Right about there. So I can just turn these up. Trying to get that spacing right. Not too shabby. Yep. Okay. All right. Feet now look a lot closer to being correct, especially once we get the toes in. We'll have to make a whole hand. That's good, because I kind of been wanting to redo my hands. Make a base hand mesh. Let's do an ear. You know what? Actually, we'll do a circle of 16. Or sorry, 8. Oh. The head is pretty wide, actually. The eye is gigantic, now that I'm really looking at it. Okay, add another mirror. These are kind of going back. Something to that effect. All right. Hello, Muribus. Welcome. Is this going on Gumroad or Jinxie? This is actually a from scratch commission, so this will not be going up publicly. But I appreciate the interest and welcome. Looks like 1, 2, 3. So there are these 3 bumps there. One. No, that's just 2. We'll come back to that. Let's block out the hair. Make a, goodness. I'm actually going to take this object. Actually, I'll take both of them. Duplicate it and send it to the hair. It's actually pretty close to what we need. There we go. So I have the one hair strand. Now we can go ahead and start blocking some stuff out. This hair is not symmetrical, so we'll take a bit more work. We'll block it out symmetrically to start with, but it's just to kind of get things in place quickly. Then here, let's actually switch our color to attribute. And I'm going to use one of my nodes. I'm going to use this node. Called store vertex color. And we'll drop that right there. Cool. And then we can go ahead and sample. The reason that's not popping up is because we still do need to create a color attribute. Then we go to flat. Beautiful. Okay, good stuff. In the middle. We'll lower that for now. In fact, I don't want any changes to the radius on our curve at all. No, not yet. Duplicate. And continue. We'll put these on the back. A little easier to just subdivide as I go. How low does the hair go? Mid-back, probably right here. Good stuff. Okay. Again. Boom, boom. Duplicate. Oops. These I don't want to be able to see the back of. Good. All right, so we have these two thick strands on the back and then two side strands. Perfect. That go over the front shoulder. Okay, next, duplicate. I think this one must just be shorter. Good. Let's take this one, extrude it again, shrink it down, and extrude it again. I might as well just be actually storing the values. Sample, paint mask, set vertex colors. Beautiful. All right. The snout, I think, is going out a bit further. Well, we got a pretty accurate view right here of what's going on. Actually, I guess I don't want to fill it up too much. Get rid of all these interior edges. Good enough. Okay, so we're just trying to block out where that eye is going to be. It's going to be quite a big eye. So it's a good chance we need to redo this topology. I might redo the whole face topology, actually. Cool. Whoa. I Yeah. Whiny kitty cat. Startled me. This one's got a lot of extra. In fact, I'm going to turn off the mirror on this one. Go. A little vague on what's going on with the hair, kind of how it connects that on the reference image. So I have to think about that a little bit. What's going on, buddy? What's going on, buddy? Yeah. He seems upset. All right, let's actually, we're going to be a little lazy. Make, got the reference image. We're going to do, we're just going to steal it. Because I'm lazy. Let's do the full outside. As best we can. Yeah, outside. All right. Cool. Select the boundary loop and these corners. Crease them. Subdivide. Then let's mirror. Guess it'd be a little rotated like this. Pretty close. Cool. Beautiful stuff. Let's add some colors. Easy. Let's add some colors here too. Do the undercoat. Is that the right color? No. Okay, in about 20 minutes, I'm gonna go on lunch, and I'll leave the stream on, but I'll be sitting down and eating for about 30 minutes or so. Just a heads up. Really gotta think about how I'm gonna do that. So I don't think I want it to. I don't want to model it. There. I keep remembering. Yeah. The breasts definitely have more mass to the side than I've given them, especially the upper one. And in fact, I will select the upper one. We'll go here, face sets from edit mode. Boom, boom. And then I can go to my tools and do options, advanced, face sets. Okay, going to inflate it a little, then smooth it back down. before I smooth it. I guess I have to. Where is smooth? There it is. Okay. Face sides. There we go. So that should limit it now. Now I'm only working in here. Beautiful. Uh, cool. Don't like how uneven the middle is. That's annoying. Um, I'll change how that connects. Take a sip of water. Big girl. You're in the way, you know. No, I'm not. I'm not in the way. Yes, you are. Take that. Really don't want to work on the hands today, to be honest. So I'm kind of avoiding those at the moment. They just take a little more thinking. Don't like thinking. Definitely need some more topology there. Pretty close. Pretty darn close. Stop. They're yelling at me. I don't know if you can hear them. Assuming you can. Annoying. Honestly, it's cute, but I'm a little annoyed. I'll probably turn the head into its own sculpt object, and then I'm just going to retopo it because I want more resolution in the middle of the nose, the bridge, and I don't like where the corner is. We got this pole right here. This does not quite match. That's okay. Pixie. I pick you up, and I set you down. Yeah, resolve that's going to be interesting. I think the eye is a little bit sure, smaller. Whoa. Cool. Whoa. Going over one eye. Excuse me. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Oh, tell me about it. Hmm. Okay. Start on the hand. I'll actually put that in its own collection. And uh, 26 edges. So close yet so far. Two. So I need 4. Should be 24 edges. 4. This density. Mm-hmm. Hi. of a pain to make it this way. Yeah. People like that. Then what we'll do is start with a finger instance. Guess I could have kept that shape from earlier. Oh well. All right. It's basically a human hand that I'm blocking out right now. Come on. Go. The one thing that's always tricky about fingers is that they actually don't bend where they stop. They would the knuckles like in here. It's in this actual the meat of the hand. Let's not get too carried away with this. All right, so that's a good start. I'm gonna go ahead and we'll call this hand base. I'm just going to duplicate that collection, hide the base, and then this is going to be the actual. We'll go ahead and parent it to this object so that we can do this. Oh, hello, Bojo. Good to know. I always make knuckles like the base hand without joints. Yeah, it's kind of goofy. I don't know if I should include the joints with these little objects that I'm making, but it's hard to say what feels exactly correct there. Let's take all of these, and we're going to add a hand. Now we can see it's a little too big. So I'll shrink it just a little. Trickiest part about hands is that the knuckles do start in different spots too. Is that the base mesh, or will you decimate it? There's a lot of rings just on the forearms. I usually only have about 1 or 3 from the elbow to the hand. For VR chat avatars, I'm not too concerned. In the end, I hope to have around 40,000 loops for the body, for just the body. I think that'd probably be pretty good. Because the maximum is 70,000, and I'm usually shooting for a medium ranking. We're actually going to stream for about another 30 minutes or so, because I want to get a little bit more done, and then we're going to go eat. But right now, what I'm going to work towards immediately will be the high poly version. But this most likely will be my low poly mesh. Loops first, vertices, then polygons, now loops. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. All right. These ones have the beans. So will we bend? Usually it feels better with furry hands to have just one bend, not 3 bends. So perhaps that's what we'll do here. Let's make this one a single user. Object data. And we'll call this SE hand. Then we'll link the data. Bada boom. Okay. That will let us do some fun stuff like this, where they're all connected. People measure a mesh by vertice count or poly count. What do you mean by 40,000 loops? Oh, I may have said loops, but I do mean triangles, polygons, that kind of thing. I think I just misspoke. Bam. Coming up with new formats. Let's also give it a color attribute. Whoa. keep reacting to my cat because he's just jumping around right now. Thumb is too long. It's still a little big. At least the fingers are long. All right. Me gusta. One, two, three, four. A little bit of a smoother transition there. My mesh was big for a game being 3940 triangles. I'm just using 1D1 times 28 gradient textures. I mean, that sounds like you're building for a mobile. Usually most of my clients are on PC. So I'm usually building for like PC specs. Oh no, I hate when that happens. Let's select the mesh and say symmetrize less x to xy. Wait, did that actually... That's not quite what I wanted. I just want to get rid of the symmetry. Recalculate symmetry. I don't know. Wish I could clear that because it's really tricky sometimes. Beautiful. Okay, the other nice part about using instanced objects is we can cheat. So bring this in here. Slap a subdivision. That. Boom. And then we will use the relationship. Boom, boom. Include it in the local space of this object. Yep. And we'll do bean and x. Awesome. Not really mobile. I'm just thinking if I make a larger game, for example, 1,000 of an enemy with many projectiles and effects, what seems small becomes a lot over time. But that's very true. You can also look into like level of detail systems and stuff to offset a lot of that. You know, you could have only really detailed enemies up close and then swap them. But for VR chat, usually people are looking for up close detail. You know, it's like your priorities really change with what the intended use is. And in VR chat, people want to socialize. They want to like be looking at each other, interacting with each other. So I think this might just be my personal opinion here, but I do think there's a lot of value in just having. All right, I accidentally deleted something. Kind of up close detail, because that's what they're using it for. To be social. Buddy, I don't know if you can hear my cat. He's whining. He's whining. It's like, it is time to feed me. Yeah, is it time to feed you, huh? Give me 15 more minutes, okay? Well, stop. Something you might want to look into as well. One of the big issues with having tons of enemies on screen or characters is that animation data is actually pretty expensive. I was just looking at this thing called VAT, which is like vertex animated textures. So rather than saving animations as like bone rotations, you can have a static mesh and offset it just with the shader. And like you can save animations as texture data. And so if you are looking to have tons and tons of characters, that'd be something that might be a good fit for you. Dixie, get out of here. All right. Like billboarding, the imposter system where it's several images of a 3D object from multiple angles. It's similar in the sense that it's an optimization for like adding lots of objects or like level of detail systems. I can show you. VAT Blender. So just going to get straight to the point rather than hearing. So see how he has a simulation. So he's actually simulating data. And then what it's doing is it calculates offsets. So like original position to this animated position. And you can save that as a color into a texture. That's what's going on over here on the left. So you can take simulation data, high quality simulation data, and just read it from a texture rather than like billboards. And so you just have a video texture, an image that looks like this with all this random data, vector data, which is just a color. And it gives you the position. And so you can play animations. In this case, he's doing simulation, but you can also do like this, no bones in this animation. There's no bones at all in here. Super interesting. Might be a little over the top, like as long as you have good LOD systems otherwise. May not be needed. But I think there was one. Anyway, yeah, here. See, they did simulation stuff with it. So drop that link in chat for you. But not billboarding necessarily, but still something that's kind of flexible, and you can like build your optimizations outside of the game engine, like in Blender or something, which I always find nice. Okay. Looking pretty good. Damn, gotta look into this. Yeah. I mean, don't feel like you need to switch over completely. There's certainly no end to new stuff. But it's pretty cool. It's a tough part about this kind of work. It's like always something more to learn. Never quite ends. And let's go ahead and add the color attribute. Bam. Thought I just did that. Ba-blam. Bam. There we go. Ba-blam. Ah, Pixie. Smacked me with her tail. Pixie, pixie girl. Pixie, pixie girl. I'm gonna set you down. Please stop climbing up my table. I might go to lunch a little bit early. They're getting a little rambunctious. All right, let's make that nose. And she's back. Buddy. Buddy. I'm sure y'all can hear him now. Add a shrink wrap and a solidify. Whoa! Damn, he keeps scaring me. I feel like I'm about to get clawed up when he's flying through the air up to the chair I'm sitting on. So texture is less data to process than bones. Wonder how the texture size affects the animation or decompression. You can get away with a decent amount. Your main issue is the file format, you know. So I think you do require a relatively heavy size texture, but the like read time for it's just less than bone animation. Like it's just bones are just more expensive. Because I think they have to like look up stuff. It's more to look up. That's my best understanding of it. Not super familiar with it. But I was trying to do something similar a while back. Stream texture data. We're not there yet, though. Can you two sit down or something? Thank you. So your cat meowing. Also saw a video of VIT Godot. Heck yeah. Yes, yes, they're sitting on the back of my chair, screaming into my ear. as you do as a cat. As you do. The hips are still much lower here than they are here, so I think we can get away with even more lowering. Let's make sure we're moving the face sets. Yo. Take a little sip. Coffee. Making a mess. God damn it. All right. Let's do a Bezier circle. Bam, bam. The belly mesh is made in circles, but you did the same for the side of the hips. Why? So this, they have this kind of hip dip, or I guess a love handle, really, right here on the. But before, when I was looking at the side, there just wasn't a lot of resolution. So I call this, I'm not sure if this is the right terminology, but I call this like tessellating, where you take a selection. So initially it was just this, and then I actually started here, and then I extruded out and add a little bit of resolution in the middle. But it's all to just help smooth out that silhouette right there. Because I could pull it out, but it'd be kind of jagged. So, and a lot of the information you read from a 3D model is just purely from its silhouette. So by having a nice Nice silhouette. Feels smoother. Yeah. And I may even do the same for the butt here because it's pretty, you can see the edges there. So a little bit more resolution might do it good. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Oh, I just turned it off here. All right, we've been working for a while, and I think it's time for me to go ahead and head to lunch. So I'm going to be gone for about 30 minutes, feed my cats. And when I get back, we'll just pick up right where we left off, making additional objects. We're just trying to block out everything before we start committing to things. So we want to add all the items and stuff. That's what we're going to be doing next. All right, everyone. I'll be back soon. 30 minutes, 30, 40 minutes. But I'm going to leave the stream going in the meantime. Bojo, fun chatting with you. And who else came by this morning? Kabar, hope you're having a good day. Exotic, Butter Turtle, Maribus. Thank you all for coming by. Again, I'll be back soon. Hope to see you then. All right, I'm back. So, June, hungry. She looks like concerned. Excuse me. Do you keep yours separate? Mesh is like the nose and paw pads always separate in the final bake, or do you merge their vertices? I actually made an add-on for myself that allows me to have all my objects separate, and then it combines them all, just goes through all the objects, duplicates them, merges them all, and then puts it into a final object. So I prefer having all objects. Um, by the time I'm done with this character, there's going to be all the bake, all the pieces I used to make the bake, everything, high poly, low poly, all of that will be in here, um, in this blend file. Because I've just found you have to go back, or at least I do. I have to go back and just like ensure things are working properly so often, or go back to fix things and stuff, that I just I feel like that's the natural um, flow of things. But yeah, so just to answer directly, I do keep them separate. Cats are freaking out right now. I feel like the head still looks a little small. I'm gonna put my cursor right here. For some reason the eyebrows or the horns make the character look really concerned. Let's actually take all the curves and let's put them in front. It's a little hard for me to tell if I'm selecting things. Also, I like to keep meshes separate for the high poly so I can have different colors on them, like these. I'm using vertex colors to color them right now. And when you bake them, you can bake the different colors to an ID map, which makes for selecting thing a lot easier to select things. Maybe reusing animation by removing the scale and position, only using rotation, so many different meshes can use one. Wouldn't that not be compatible with different meshes like that? Just depends on the UV map. So if there's a body and it no, I would I guess no, the textures would have to be one set of texture video per object. Actually, the nose goes all the way to the lip. And my cats are running around. And the ring goes in front of the lip too. Let's duplicate and apply the shrink wrap. But yeah, don't worry about the VIT texture. It just reminded me of what I was just reminded of it, but it's certainly it's not like a one-to-one fit for every project. A little bit bigger. A little bit smaller. I don't think I can give this a vertex color until it's meshed. Let's actually take a look at the wireframe real quick. Let's do 16. Maybe 8. It's good. Overall, pretty good. Still need more head. um, more forehead for sure. Cool. Okay. Let's do another mesh. Circle. 8 vertices. Perfect. Seen a fun optimizations for rings, merging the middle parts since you only focus on the outer and inner smoothness, never the flat side. Seen fun rings, merging the middle parts. Oh, I see what you mean. Like the inner ring is merged and the outside is not. If I was making for mobile, that definitely would be a very tempting thing to do. I think I'm just for me, my goal in the position I'm in is to try to make the best looking avatar for clients. And a lot of the times too, that may even mean avoiding performance. Like I've had a few clients that I'm not sure how familiar you are with VRChat, but there's like performance rankings, so how optimized your avatar is. And I know you're just sharing some optimization tips, but it is interesting because I do think for a lot of my clients, their optimization is secondary for them. They mostly just want the kind of highest quality that can fit into certain ranking categories. Man. And let's go ahead and mirror that. And we'll give it some attribute again. Oops. Boom, boom. Beautiful. Alt D, duplicate that. I'm going to swap the parent object. Bam. Cool. Oh, jeez. Hear my cat slamming into stuff in the background. We'll also need, I'm going to Shift D duplicate this time. Finger claws. Oh, wow, that's fun. Didn't expect it to be almost right on the money. Interesting. These are not claws. These on the feet they're claws, but on the hands they are nails. Well, I think I'd rather treat them like claws. I'm going to rotate it slightly so we get kind of a scalloped edge. looks good. Let's rename this. Claw finger. Maybe just a little bit less long, a little bit flatter. Then Alt D. A little bit smaller still. I think the fingers are still just a little long. I'm just going to keep them all the same scale for the moment. Just for once. Hello, Arctic. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Planet. 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 Interesting. Oh, so there is a. There, dang. Okay. It's a little bit more difficult. Fizzbones for Worlds is finally live. I'm excited. Very excited by that. It'd be cool to make some like trees with wind and interactable stuff. Very excited. Oh, I've been getting some worlds uploaded. Been wrangling various items for 3 days straight, adding them on. That's exciting. Oh, your mimic chest must look awesome. Cool. It reminds me of Stitch. I have a working torch and lantern now working on a bucket. Ooh, very cool. It was more complicated than I thought. Interesting. I have a working torch and lantern now working on a bucket. Like lighting it or like interacting with it. Definitely starting on the smaller items before I try going wild with it. Can see it causing tears on more intricate items. Makes sense. Yeah, there still should be more forehead. I think the head is still undersized. Maybe I'm feeling that way because of the neck. A little bit more forehead. A little bit. So flame now wiggles when you move and such, and the torch wiggles well. Oh, gotcha. Of course. Of course. Very cool. That's awesome, actually. That makes me very excited. Ooh. But maybe a little too much butt. That looks better. A little bit of an indent right there. Fun fact, if you want something like a lantern, your origin point for the handle has to be 0, 0 in Blender, so underground, as the pickup grabbing happens at that point for the FBX. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. Hmm. So you're using Fizzbone or the Avatar Dynamics for actually kind of everything at that point, including even picking up the object. Interesting. Gotcha. Oh yeah, and then you asked about my worlds. I'd be happy to show you. Let's round out the head. Got kind of an egg head right now. Ah. No, no. A fucking asshole. I don't know if you heard that. Oh, gotcha. So the origin there. In order for this to dangle, Fizbones move the item out of line with the FBX, so all the stuff of the parent object is left behind. Interesting. Huh. That is a little goofy. I see it. So it's hanging over here. This is the bone, and that's where it's moving. Fascinating. Huh. Well, I look forward to learning that. Cool. I'm excited. No. Alt S and then shrink. Yeah, flames with multiple bones look really good with the stretch enabled, and now can point up without being a massive faff with aim constraints. So that's super cool. Oh, interesting. Would that affect avatar constraints as well? The or using constraints on Fizzbones for avatars, or is that just for worlds that it's a little different now? Very cool. Let's make those little glasses. Your geometry node lake short has nice grass texture. Was that a noise on top to make it look varied? Yes, indeed. So it's just vertex colors, and literally just changing the vertex colors with a noise. Just that you can now use them in worlds. They were included in the SDK. Gotcha. But were ignored. World uploads down. New constraints. Not sure if the update includes VRC constraints though, but I think contexts are. Okay. Damn, that's exciting. That is super cool. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Looks like it meets the body pretty well now. All right, glasses. Boom, boom. Oops. Little Morpheus frames. I'm going to use 32 vertices. Oh no, we'll use 16 and then subdivide. Cool. We'll select the, I don't know if I can select the edge. We'll duplicate, scale up, scale down a little, indent in. Right about there, delete that face. My microphone is in the way. Can't see shit. But yeah, like I say in that video, Bojo, that blend file is available for download. So if you want to check it out, it's on my Gumroad, and it's free download. So definitely check it out if you're interested. Let's add that subdivision. Hello, Kiba. Welcome. Glad to see you're working on more avatars. Yes, indeed. Got a new commission lined up and started on right away, which is nice. How's your day going? Just starting, honestly. Well, good. Nice and chill. That tag the same color? Not the exact same color. Can't store those vertex colors there just yet. Bada boom. A little long. I like that. Hmm. I'm actually going to take this edge. Actually, I'll probably redo it tomorrow, but just in case, I'm going to bevel that very slightly. Get rid of the inner one. Move these back out. That way we can run some additional geometry there. Which we don't necessarily need currently. I just wanted to have it. Oh, 126. How much time we got left? Hour and a half? Okay. More we can get done today, the better. I'm actually going to clear the radius. That did not do anything. And I'm doing that so that I can actually adjust things on the curve, but I'll save that for tomorrow. Just blocking things out right now. Let's get rid of Kibo's texture on here. I'm just gonna subtract new. Leave it silent eclipse. Sunlight eclipse. Bam. Body. Cool. This is actually super awesome that we've got a good mouth to start with. That'll be nice. A lot of times I have to make that from scratch, like every single time. So a little bit of a relief there. Let's save the fluff for tomorrow. Take these two, duplicate. Dun, 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 dun. Let's dissolve that one. Yo. Getting there. Koala? Maybe. All right, we're gonna put a cursor here. We're gonna make a plane. We're gonna snap that to the ear. Kind of goofy rotations here. SX, SY. Okay. Subdivide. Or maybe solidify. All right, beautiful. The facial markings up here, very different from what we have here. Actually, there's one other question I had. Mouth reference image, and then which face pattern mark should I use? Ref image shows two. Bum, bum, dum. Can't believe how fast the day is going by. Odd Yash, that does sound familiar. Welcome back. Definitely been quite a while. Hopefully life's been treating you well. We're making this avatar right here. Let's dissolve just a few of these. That's 4. Well, welcome back. We're still doing the same old stuff, making avatars, chilling. How about you? Excuse me. Good. Remember, you were making a robot that day. I guess a mecha. It's either a dragon robot or like a transformer style guy. I don't do too many mecha ones, so. Well, how you been doing? Working on any fun Blender projects? Just studying. Well, studying to make stuff. Right? Blender is your choice of study. I'm just kidding. Just harass students into studying Blender. One thing I didn't add yet are the beans on the feet. You better. No, I'm just kidding. I'm in Texas. Good old Tejas. Um, for better or worse? And worse? For better and worse? Cool. What about yourself? Where do you where are you from? It's a powerful lady. Powerful lady. Well, actually, I guess I shouldn't assume, but powerful anthro. Not entirely sure I'm gonna do this little tail shape on the back. Be fun to make it so it like fell on the ground. I don't think that's what they're looking for, but that's always a fun effect when the tail's like sliding on the ground behind. We need a belly button. We'll just do a cut. Keep it simple. Slice. What color is my Bugatti? Purple. No, pink. Blue, no red. I don't know if anyone's seen Monty Python here, but belly button. Belly button created. That looks pretty good. There's a thumb. So we go here. We're going to do Alt-D duplicate. Do local. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. It's a little bit smaller. Ooh. And let's add this to it. Super cool. The bottom of the ankles looks a little weird. This should be probably a little sharper right there. Bam. Like that. Oh, sorry. Also gonna need more definition for the groin. Two by two. This section. 2 by 2. Yeah. Extrude. Excuse me. Extrude. Delete this one. It would be nice to have more resolution going the other way. But I could bevel this section. I think that's what I'll do. Actually, we could just do this. We'll do that for now. That might be something we have to redo. You know, that's just how it goes. Try it out, redo it. I think I've said that for everything so far, though. What kind of things are you studying? Are you studying math? The most important of all studies? Better be doing math, or I'll beat you up. Mm. Might actually also get some more additional resolution here. Doing the same thing I did right here. Not the most ideal way to do that. It's on the inside of the leg. Feel a little safer doing that compared to some other areas, so just fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. All right. Let's do the beam pads on the toes. surface. And then we'll boom, boom, boom. Oh. Let's make this single user. Looking at these ones, they're got the bean up front, pretty oval shaped. Not bad. Okay. Then we'll do Alt D duplicate and slap it into all the other ones. Boom! Oh, interesting. These ones are way stretched. Not too bad, I guess. Okay. Fascinating. Let's take this one, Shift D, duplicate, remove it from its parenting, set it to 0. I'm going to use this on the bottom of the foot. Cool. And then there's 3. That's the toe. And then, okay, it's just 2. Just 2. And I think we'll Shift deduplicate this one, get rid of this, move it over here, duplicate the mirror, put it up top, and set it to here. Cool. Very cool. Make this just a bit thicker. I don't like where my microphone's positioned. Oh well. Oh well. Something like that. Not too shaboo. And I feel like the hair could be a bit thicker. Cool. All right. Pretty satisfying. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Just revealing. The ears definitely could be even bigger. So, or at least just pushed. Yeah, actually even bigger. Right about there. Right, time for me to go get some food and such. Have a nice rest of the day. Hey, same to you, Arctic. Oh, sorry, you asked about my worlds earlier. Check my YouTube channel dailies if you want to see what I've been up to. Um, but enjoy your day. Bye, Arctic. Bye. No worries at all. We should do some world visits soon. Go as a troop into the harsh VR landscape. Cool. Let's apply one level of subdivision and solidify. Put our cursor here. We're gonna make another circle. Cool. Go ahead, give it the same color as this tag. It's a little thick for like a tracker tag, but maybe we'll just go with just the one for now. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it to be in front of the hair unless we bend the ear like this, where the back of it comes out and the where it touches curves. Yep, looks good. Let's work on these a little. You know what? Let's not. Not until we finish the sculpt completely. But we can, in the meantime, make some eyebrows. Beautiful. Add that mirror. Perfect. And a little cowbell. Okay. Sizing on that should be pretty good. Go ahead and just add a solidify. And the design for the rest of it is pretty straightforward. I think we'll go with the stylized look. So we'll do a plane. Let's just hide everything else for right now. Perfect. Cool. This one I'm going to flip the other way. Or do I want to model it already down? This. Let's save this as a reference image. Got the slightly darker tone. And I'll actually give the same one here. Not entirely sure how I want to set that up. So in our reference, with that, make a new collection, which I'll call instances, visualizers. And we'll add join selected collection, geometry. Like that, because that lets me move it around, place it while still seeing what's going on. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to point it outward. I got to keep in mind, too, there's going to be fluff and fur on the neck. So this should look quite different. Right now, it feels like there's a big space. There, that'll remain the case. All right, I'm getting tired. I'm really starting to get tired. Okay. Maybe we'll just call it here for today. A lot of very solid progress. But I'm getting sleepy. I think it would be fun to try to make this boundary all in Blender. Should be able to. There should be, the last thing we'll be making is like a sundress. All right, let's go ahead and make a save a copy here. Save that to our work in progress. We'll say Sunlight Eclipse, work in progress, 01, day 1. Save. And let's do some screenshots. Maybe I should be making branding stuff for these too while I go. Not later. Right now. Okay. Yeah, why don't I do a little summary video before I officially end it? But I'm tired. But I should do it, but I'm tired. Okay. We'll do it. I should. I should be. Should be doing this. My due diligence. I gotta turn off my webcam to record though. In fact, don't just turn it off. I need to deactivate it. So that I can re-enable it here. Okay. Recording. So, do like a little short video. Do a reference. We'll just do just the one. What do you think? It's gonna hit the sensors. Yeah, let's leave it there. All right, everyone. I'm going to call it for today. Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out. Hope you're all having an amazing, what's today? Thursday. And remember what day it was. I'll be back tomorrow for a Friday. We're going to continue our work here on Sunlight Eclipse. I think we'll be probably, I don't know, pretty close to done with the high poly by tomorrow. And then just refining. So, fingers crossed. We'll see how it actually goes, but we really could be. Only time will tell. Thank you all for hanging out. Hope you all have an amazing rest of your day. see you tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a great weekend. Goodbye, everyone.